I say Big Burger? Big Burger. What a name. Let's block that chat. Big Burger. Oops, I still have my monster thing on from earlier. Let's put Poogie away. Alright, let's get started. Hello everyone, Rosefield here. Welcome back to more Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to be doing the Summoner jump quest today. I have not done this one in quite a long time. I have been not really playing Summoner, but the recent buff from the 7.5 patch just made me kind of want to get back into it. Plus all the new Final Fantasy 14 Evercold with the Evolved thing coming out, so makes me more interested to try it out. We'll see how this is. This will be the Stormblood ones. I've done the Heaven's Word and Normal Born ones already, so this will be the end of the Stormbloods, and I need to do this to get a skill from level 70. Which we find way down here, which is Bahamut and Ikendo Bahamut. I kind of need these to be able to really do damage. So, as usual, we have your Solar Sister right here, Yamifra. We're going to do this quest with her, and then we will be done with Summoner. A book with bite. Let's do it. One moment. I got to get rid of this one. Okay. A book with bite. Raz, I have most fascinating news. It would seem that the ruins of the ancient Alec have yielded to us a tome containing unknown secrets of the summoner's art. The tome in question is currently being kept under Yambroa's watchful gaze at the dig site of Mordona. I'll be heading there shortly myself, but I would be regret you an earlier peek. Alright, let us go to Revenant's Toll. I haven't played like too much Summoner, so there's some things I don't really remember. Oh yeah, we gotta get the Carbuncle out. And I have a Ruby one. Oh yeah, down here. Wait, this is the guy from the Crystal Tower questline, ain't it? And then he shows up later in another questline. Ah, I thought you might be along. We're here, Rose. A prize such as this should be in your keeping. Oh, right, he has a sign of the Son of Dawn on his head. We've been covered terribly far from where we extricated the evoker tire, and judged from the tone to be some manner of manual for summoning magic. But alas, I was unable to decipher the writings. 'Tis fortunate, then, that such a task falls directly with the Yumbifer field of expertise. Speaking of which, would you mind taking the book to her yourself? She sent word that she might have left some jury business in Revenant's Toll. Pray do be careful. Yeah, we got a book. And I'm just gonna head back over to Revenant's Toll in Mordona. Alright. Funny seeing old Brett here. I'll make sure to cut this part out. Just want to stop by and talk to him real quick. Mr. Cheese. How you doing, Mr. Cheese? I'm just doing some job requests. That's good. I don't even have a bed frame anymore. I just have the box spring and a mattress. My old bed frame freaking broke, so I just said fuck it. Yeah. I feel you there. I have quite a tiny room. Definitely got a closet and like a mantle. Let me get a drink real quick. Dress. Okay, where was this quest set? Liquid Bite. Oh, is that another summoner? Yep, that is another summoner. They're also doing this quest line. My apologies. A trifling but unavoidable matter prevented me from making directly for the dig site. Now shall we take a closer look at the elegant tome? Here you go. Please ignore that my summoner is level 85. It's because I play Scholar. I was playing a lot of Scholar. Oh my. Just rather more shabby than what I've come to expect for the great works of Alec. But let's not be discouraged. The content is what truly matters. A fine observation. What the fuck? Principia, at your service. I am a humbly familiar with the doctrine of summoning. Have we awoken a sentient tome from the ancient library? Rose, we must keep it contained. Have I someone given offense? Strange, for I am not equipped with offensive capabilities. Imparting the art of summoning is my function, and a instructional manual is my form. A manual, you say? Then back to the silly music. Correct. When opened in the presence of summoners, I am bound to awaken and share with them the secrets of summoning. The young mistress there is in possession of a active soul crystal, yes? Was the soul crystal that awoke you? Correct. Only one who carries the soul crystal and has bathed in the aether of Icon may wield the powers of a summoner. I sense one worthy of instructions. And this, I compelled to introduce myself. Icon? That is the elegant word for primal. Oh, they actually do say Icon. Right. Icon, Elegans actually called them Icons instead of Primals. I still think Icon's a better name than Primal. Primal's like only a thing in this. Excuse I need to clarify the obvious, but you are a construct created to teach summoners the magics and potential student you encounter. Why would the ancients have deemed such a thing necessary? Summoning came into being for the purpose of elemental beings, specifically those being known as icons, primals. Once these entities have been vanquished, however, new EG cannot be harnessed. Old summoners perish, and so too does their art. It is upon glimpses of this bleak future that certain master summoners set about crafting your truly inscribed with the art of tremendous power. I exist to teach others how to safeguard their existence. Fascinating. Your creation seeks to halt the discipline and rarity. Summoners harness the power of primals for the sole purpose of destroying them, and new summoners arise only in age when primals are rife. With the death of the living mentors, a true succession of the art is never achieved. Principia, you are then to instruct Rose the lost secrets of Alec? I am eager to oblige, but there are certain obligations. Ere a seal upon my higher knowledge can be unlocked, the student must first overcome the 3 challenges I am called to present. While considering how I refer to primals as icons, I incline to believe that you have the authentic elegant relic on our hands. What say you, Rose? Will you undertake these challenges? Ooh, the arm cross. Meta is barely even a thing in this game. There's just elitists that like when they make party finders, they only want certain things. For example, I'll give you an example. At the start of 7.0, if you did any like raiding, people did not want you raiding with them. Some people would kick you out if you weren't a Pictomancer, because Pictomancer did incredible damage, which is not a thing anymore since it got nerfed. It was way too strong and it got nerfed. But any DPS that people wanted was Pictomancer because it was really strong. Now it's actually more balanced with everything else. The first challenge is the test of power. The trial is designed to elevate the raw magnitude of your arcane talent by pitting you against a predetermined opponent of carefully measured fortitude, also known as I manifest a monster and you fight it. I manifest a monster and you fight it. Mayhap not terrible wise to attempt that in the midst of town. Why don't you find yourselves a less popular area out near the singing shards? Summoner has actually been one of the worst freaking... This has actually been known as one of the worst jobs of this, Yeah, it's this guy. Wait. Yeah, that's for Endwalker. Or no, it's technically Shadowbringers. No, it is Endwalker. Oh no, that's the end. That's the end part. Yeah, level 80. Yeah. He doesn't go to Endwalker. Okay, where do we go? Shall we begin our test of power, mistress? Mistress? You treat your pupil as superior? The superior! Sophia? Such is the way in which I was written. And if your full name begins to tire your tongue, you may call me Prin or Pia. I'd rather like a Prin. Let's proceed with the challenge. Sick. A crescent victory, Rose. Who could argue the potential of modern summoning after that display? You bested your first challenge, mistress. These are a few summoners in the long history who have boasted a degree of that of might. Furthermore, you have achieved such potency for the naught, but the study of ancient wisdom is simply astonishing. With a little polish to your technique, guiding you to loftier heights of power should be astonishingly simple. I thought Rose's technique was more sufficiently polished, but there's room for improvement. I see we shall have to adjust our yardstick for perfection if we are able to rival the practitioners of the past. Someone sent me a towel. Indeed. If you would know more of our past practices, then you need only ask. So I do have a question for you. If you would indulge me, Rose. Prin, in which age were you created? You appear to lack technology advancements that were predominant in the constructs of the later days of Alex civilization. Another excellent observation. I was penned by Master Seri, a preeminent summoner of his time. He was, in fact, likely the last Master Summoner of the Allegan Empire reign. Where I date myself by your cultured notions of history, my creation would have taken place at the point before the Empire's collapse. In other words, solidified within the richest era of the chemical discovery. One might reasonably wonder why the wonderful science was excluded from my invention, and I assure you there is a reason. In the beginning, the Allegans rose to superiority for their mastery of magecraft. It is told that they are first wielders of summoning magic made to do with grimoires fashioning of leather and ink and parchment. There came a tipping point, however, when the modern sciences began to progress with the ever-growing rapidity. These advances were married with the arcane, and chemical technology was born. Even as the harnessing of lightning energies gave rise to new recording mediums, techniques were developed that allowed complex arcane geometries to be instantly plotted. Traditional grimoires were replaced by the devastating efficient of elegant weapons. The convenience of these tools, however, did not lend themselves well to the instructions of engineers. Beyond such considerations, the new mediums could not be pursued without the dedicated machinery and their manufacture with no simple matter. And so the summoner who breathed life into you dedicated the tombstones and the like were not the ideal method of passing on his acoustic wisdom. Correct. He chose for me the primitive form of a book, and inscribed within my pages a bounty of potent incantations that required no machine to be cast. Thank you, Pren. I thought only to satisfy my academic curiosity, but I found myself swept up in your description of the past. You truly are a creation of an incredible age. And thank you for your patience, Rose. Shall we continue to Gridania? Alright, that's it for that quest. Level 60 is done. Alright, we'll meet you back at the spot. Man, sure a lot of people here Friday night. God damn. What is the fastest? Yes, the amphitheater. I gotta check out my skills. Oh yeah, Gem Shine, that's the thing I need to do. I need to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda. Then there's Acid Flare, Trance. Yeah. Creatures damage dealt by self and nearby party members by 5%. Yeah, there's Fester, it's a single target. Planefarer is a multi-target. Okay, you do that. Oh, the wrong way. Oh, there's a thing right here, so it works out. Look at the little Lalafell. Well done, Rose. We are stuck close to revealing the secrets of the ancient Lake. Prin will issue the next challenge after you chance to review your studies on your abilities to a new level of perfection. In other words, level up. Which I've already done. I decided to keep the familiar here at the side for the moment. Even with many wonders as Oriosia holds, folks tend to panic at the sight of her famed phone that jumps around on its own accord. Oh, and pay no mind to Captain Wolf. He obviously wishes to secure my services for the task or another, but we can have more important matters to attend to. And level 63. Gave me a tiny bit of experience. Yeah, 100,000. Greetings, Rose. Would seem the Prin would speak with us about the second challenge. Congratulations, mistress. You are successfully prepared to undertake the next test. Excuse me, Prin, but how can you tell? By analyzing the patterns of mistress's favorable imitations, I can gauge the strength and precision of her recently cast incantations. Of course, mistress must attempt to challenge itself before I can provide an evaluation of the proper degree of accuracy. This will be the test of skill. To administer this trial under the prescribed conditions, however, I must request the assistance of several more summoners to play the role of antagonists. Several more summoners? In this day and age, that will be no easy feat to arrange. Come now, Yamistra. The solution is right under your nose. Rose, your deeds have caught the attention of the highest icons of the Flames. To learn what you're capable of, we've begun to initiative to take our very own summoners into battle against the Primals. A number of soldiers under my command have already begun intensive training. I handpicked veteran survivors of our expeditions against Ifrit, and they've been issued with the soul crystals we claimed from the Ashians. Aye. Captain Wolfen has been howling in the ear for days, begging to enlist your aid as to some kind of drill inspector for the ethereal gifted. But now you're in the need of summoners for the trial of yours, yes? I am prepared to offer my regiment full cooperation. All I ask in return is a few morsels of advice for the acolytes. That seems to be a fair trade, and my hunches do not restrict me from instructing Nephirite summoners in the fundamentals of the art. Very well, I suppose such a arrangement could prove convenient for us all. I knew you'd come around. Leave me at Camp Blue Frog and I'll assemble the troops for inspection. Alright. So I'm trying to figure out how the story of this one's gonna go. It looks like we're just kind of just training and trying to improve ourselves. As a summoner. Okay. Let's get over here. Looks like you're all here. Let's go on with the briefing, shall we? Summoners. Interesting book. As a command, the second challenge will evaluate your elegance of your technique as opposed to the magnitude of your miasma. First, I shall infuse the easy of your opponents with the secondary enchantments, and then you will engage the entities in combat. Friend explained to me that the enchantments stored the effort expended during the battles, and allow for in-depth analysis of your flair for death flares. As it were, in any case, I expect you to pass with flying colors. Right, I suppose you should know what you're up against, designation, and rank. Summer Crispin, Private, First Class. We'll be grateful to offer you to teach us. You can teach us, miss. Summoner Denise, Sergeant. I am new to spellcasting, but I've seen my share of combat, miss. Crispin and I are fight to you as a pair. Wait, where's this guy? Oh, it's the Lalafell right there. I couldn't see him because of my... Summoner Judgisma, Lieutenant. There's a problem. They're male, I think. I don't know. You have more few admirers in the barracks, Rose, miss. But that doesn't mean we won't go easy on you. Enough chatter. Quick march to the training ground. Give the word, Crispin and Denise, when you're ready to battle their EG, Rose. After that, you'll be facing off against the Lieutenant's Beast. You won't be attacking my troops directly, so give it all you got. Yeah, I was wondering about that. You're gonna have to actually attack them. Hurry yourself, miss. Denise and I will summon our servants to battle. I prepare every EG for you. Wait, what is the point of doing ruin? Am I missing something? It's that. Okay. It is Dreadworm. You finished warming on the embers then? Because even together, me mates usually don't stand a candle to the inferno I can summon. Right. Let's bring the flames. Ooh, it's a big one. Man, it looks so sick. I hoped for that one, but you snuffed him out real quick. Not much of a trial, eh? Well then, you're lucky I brought another primal during me times with the company of heroes. You're not the only summoner who can command these April beasties. Sell it to your next opponent, Titan EG. I haven't played Summoner in so long, I'm trying to remember how to play it. I love the effects it has. I hope my Summoners put enough fight for you. Anyway, shall we hear what the book has to say? I have ruminated upon the swirls of echoes of your battle, and the picture is clear. Your technique is, well, without a doubt, a thing of exquisite beauty. Consider the second challenge conquered. Well, that's good news. It's hardly surprising, after all. You did sweep through those EG like a storm through a field of dandelions. Whatever that means. But thanks. You opened me eyes, and the work to do before I've truly mastered this discipline. I'm glad we know we've been of service. Now shall we really must be returning to Gridania. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. It's surely an enriching experience. Aye. Pray train with us again in the future. Cool. Alright, it's 2 down. We've got 3 to go. Not your wasting trust. With your impressive demonstrations of power and skill, you have already conquered 2 of Prin's 3 challenges. Ere we come to the final trial, however, Prin will further our education on the elegant summoning. First, I would like to know what you know of the rise and fall of the summoning in the Elegant Empire. I was made to cover a lot of history, you understand? With our research, you have learned that summoning were initially lauded as heroes for their success against the primals. When certain of these mages began to abuse its art power for personal gain, however, the adoration of the populace shift towards repulsive hatred. Correct. We speak now of the latter half of the way back. Third Astral Era. My curator, Master Sari, was one of those who expended his energies in the destruction of primals, even as he fled from the relentless persecution. Alongside his disciples, he triumphed over the Belius and many other lesser entities. Belius. That is the name of the elder primal of whom Tristan once drew power. Master Sari must have been mighty to defeat such a foe. Yet he still knew fear. The thought that the grand discipline of summoning would fade into oblivion was more than the Master Sari could bear, and so he sought to preserve its legacy and provide for his successors. My creator was well versed in the aether chemistry and held a particular interest in the technology of information. Burning speaking, he researched methods of producing arcane geometries without grimoires and experience with the machine-enhanced EG. He eventually abandoned both of these technologies, deeming them unsuitable for the instructions of future generations, hoping to provide guidance to those summoners yet unborn. He instead began writing and enchanting a work that would survive down the ages. He made me. Such an accomplished personage. Why then have I seen the scant mention of his name in Alec histories? As you have said yourself, it was an age when the adoption of summoners experienced an extreme reversal. It is likely that Master Sari's achievements were struck from the records, even as his loyal pupils were struck down in the streets. I was shut in a storeroom, abandoned to my slumber, like some common treasury or on trade agreements in the southern provinces. And thus I can tell you naught of what befell my creator in his later years. I expected a dry reticle of history of summoning, but you've shared us your personal narrative. 'Tis clear you hold a great deal of respect for Master Sari. I am familiar and relay information as I was unspelled. This lecture is now over. As you wish, Bren. Barbaros, was seeing the classes dismissed for the moment, I suggest you recuperate from the day's trial and look toward preparing yourself for the final challenge. And then something else after that. The Essential Crisis. The time has come, Rose. Prin is ready to administer the final trial. Let me turn the air on. It's getting hot in here. AI viewers, get the fuck out of here, bro. Get your ass suspended. Get the fuck out of my chat. The Switch bots are getting on my nerves. Okay. Yes, your third challenge is at hand, mistress. I shall be glad to share the wisdom which has long been laid dormant within my pages. Thus far, we've been evaluation of raw power and refinement of skill. What then will be the third challenge to test? Was it like wisdom? That I cannot tell you. Cannot or will not. I do not keep these details from you for the sake of my own pursuit. It must be secret. Were you aware of the test's purpose, such knowledge would be unfairly affect its outcome. So we gotta figure it out on our own? What I will tell you, however, is this trial requires conditions that are akin to an actual battlefield. As such, I must ask that you fellow summoners to your side and arrange a location where you might join hands against a most realistic primal threat. Unless this aught welcome news for Captain Wolf, I'll just see if his acolytes are available. Link Pearl. Greetings, this is Yumistra of the Sun's Saint Cornet. I have a favor to ask. I wanted to say Yumistra of the Seventh Dawn. Of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, because their sister is. That's what makes this really special. Is Yumistra's siblings with Yustola. Would be cool if she actually showed up in this. Well, Cottonwolf is more than eager to accept our request. He even offered to arrange exclusive use of section of Seal Rock. It would seem there will be an airstrip waiting in Ul'dah to fly us to the island. Shall we rendezvous at the landing once you're prepared then? This will be the final and most grueling challenge. Pray ready yourself, mistress, that you were not reduced as so much gruel. Okay, this is the level 65. Gotta go to Ul'dah. It's someone's birthday today. It's a Lullavel. I hope the Stormblood Wind Gear is a lot better. I didn't really like. I don't like the Remoborn or the Heavensward one. So definitely the Horn. Horn wasn't that great. Where am I going? Airship landing. We might as well go get a teleport. I don't know about you, Rose, but my nerves are beginning to get the best of me. Captain Wolf and the others They've already landed on sealed rock, so let us not delay the challenge any further. Who could that be? Oh, Summoner Jesumusa. Well, pardon? By whom? We, Lieutenant. Can you hear me? Blast, the call was cut off. Rose, our immortal colleagues are under attack. By what? The situation sounds dire indeed. All summoners are crippled by injuries, and Captain Wolf alone fights to keep the foe at bay. Our planned battle has become rather more real than we anticipated. We both explained matters to the pilot and arranged a rescue party. Ooh, duty. Ambush, you say? Understood. I'll put a call on for reinforcements. My ship is ready to depart now. If you are, shall we go in ahead? Where the hell are we? Wait, this is the PvP place. Let's see, it's Cameras, we must Antari. You had to follow Yumistra. Sephiroth. Ooh, that Death Flare is so cool. It was a bot again. Not a survivor. The winds appear previous. Captain drew them away. We shall tend to the injured. Go to his mistress. Oh no, he's being attacked. Ambush. Die. Summoner. Who is this asshole? Gotta stand in that. Die, you piece of shit. Truly fascinating specimen. Die already. Like I said, another one of these. Playing Summoner is pretty fun. Man, this shit is so cool. Alright, he's almost dead. Got him. Yes. It's like streamboo.com or whatever. But they're starting to like space out the letters. Anomalous potential confirmed. Convincing scan. Latent ethereal capacity immeasurable. Standard memory exceeded. Reinitiating system. Who is this? Who the hell are you? What? He wants to go another round? Master, sorry? How have you come to be here? Master? Sure you don't mean that. Sorry. Ah, Principia. They have awoken you. This should suffice. What did you do to Prin? The construct is unharmed. I simply added another layer of security. Do not disappoint me, Summoner. I'll be waiting. It's a test. How odd. The way he vanished was almost as if... False teeth. What was that all about? Bah. We'll discuss this back at Old Die after we've seen to the wounded. He wanted to make sure his art is perfected. That's why he attacked those other summoners. You're right in the nick of time, Rose. Thanks to you, my soldiers survived that ambush, and will be fit for duty again after a bit of rest. Aye, you have our gratitude. I haven't plunged into the fray like that, but I certainly would have perished. You said the bastard was sorry, didn't you? A summoner of ancient Alec? Did them mages have some sort of way of coming back to life? Alright, Lieutenant, let's not jump to conclusions. While we was wielding summoning magics unlike aught we've ever seen before, maybe Prin has some ideas. I'll be sure to ask. Come, Rose, let's return to Gridania. That was a fun little fight. I'm trying to... I almost feel like the... Wasn't this buffed? Let me look at the patch notes on this. Oh yeah, they increased the potency. What is Crimson Cyclone? Oh, there's 7 Phoenix. Crimson Cyclone is at level 86. Crimson Strike is also at level 86. Oh my god, I get to Aukmorn! I get Necrotize is level 92. Oh, and Pain Flare. Where's Pain Flare? Oh, yeah, the AoE one down here. Oh yeah, I should get Phoenix. Rekindle. Solar Bahamut. Shit, dude. Some are getting some crazy ass shit. Garuda 2. Okay, level. Okay. They actually, I think these actually make them turn into, yeah, these twos, I think actually turn them into the actual big one. Get one wave and Aukmorn after we finish this. And Necrotize. Alright. That's cool. The little carbuncle actually shows up on the mini map. Well, was that meant to be Rose's final trial of certainly testing? You say at least. Tell me, Prin. What makes you sure that that was Master Sari? Based upon the evidence in hand, there is no doubt. The vocal and avral signatures were identical to those intended by my creator. The only aspect that gives me pause is the behavior. Magistar would never want to offer harm to others with such callous indifference. I would say there is a larger inconsistency to consider here. Prin, your creator supposedly died several thousand years ago. There is one other possibility. The greatest minds of Alec unlocked a science known as cloning, by which they would artificially create a replicant of a living being. Seal Rock is after a construction of the Allegan Empire. Assuming the individual you battle was indeed a clone of Master Sari, then my senses would recognize no applicable difference. Is that copy of the original person? It would explain much, but the only thought of it is horrifying. Oh, and did he not tamper with your enchantment? Are you truly unharmed? My faculties are undimmed, but the wisdom I was impart to Mistress has been sealed behind an arcane lock. I can do nothing. Only my creator holds the key. Then your secrets are lost to us. If only Rose had been able to attempt that third challenge. Attempt? Mistress has already passed it. Allow me to explain. The third challenge is the test of the summoner's nature. Thus, does the trial require the presence of companions and a realistic threat. Master Sari Ambush did, of course, bring an unexpected dimension to proceedings. Yet Mistress leapt to the aid of her fellow summoners without hesitation, and braved the considerable dangers to see that they were safely rescued. Selfless acts that more qualified Mistress as a worthy successor. I had wondered why his power and skill were not sufficient. Sari wished to see his teaching passed on to summoners of noble heart. Correct. He could not countenance the idea that such knowledge might be put to evil ends. Now you understand why his display of violence so confused me. Aye, and all more reason to suspect an impostor. But whatever the man's identity may be, we will track him down and make him remove that seal. Your purpose is too important. I'll assist you in any way I can. Master Sari that made me would not stand to see his memory profaned with such wickedness. Well said, Pen. For an enchanted stack of ink and parchment, you have presently developed moral compass. I possess neither morals nor compass. No, I possess neither morals nor compass. I merely follow my spell directions to guide worthy summoners. If I give the impressions of such characteristics, they may have by overstepping my bounds as a familiar. No, you're fine, friend. I gotta mention it. I will see that I can unearth more details records of Master Sari. Mayhap the story of his later life will aid in the unveiling of present mystery. Maybe we can do that, Jasmine, so the bots will quit fucking spamming the fucking stream boofing. So it should, like, block them from actually saying anything at all. Level 68. Off the record. I searched for the use of histories, but found scant mention of Sari. Just as Prentice has said, records of his existence had all been expunged. And since my own knowledge is limited to the day I was stored away, and since my own knowledge is limited to the day I was stored away, we must rely on those lost elegant records that escaped the purge. My colleague, Rambrios, may be able to help us there. Hardly a day goes past when his team does not lift some forgotten treasure from the ruins of Mordona. Shall we pay him a visit? Do-do-do. Pretty bunny. Okay. Back to more donuts. More donuts. So the only moves I'm taking advantage of is the Ruby Right and Pain Flare. Donuts. Because those were buffed. And no, Jasmine, I would not be wearing no fucking Shire. Ain't wearing that garbage. I'm gonna look like a summoner, not some fucking nerd. Your beaster has informed me of your search, and I shall certain to contact you should our discoveries include a mention of this. Sorry. There may be, however, be swifter ways to acquire the information you seek. I know of a certain merchant who collects undecided tombstones from the greater zeal than the sons of the Saint Coinage. Ah, you speak of Rowena. Ew. Aye, we have formed something of a symbolic relationship with her consortium. In return of financing our excavations, we provided Rowena with a selection of our finds. I assure you would find amenable to a request for assistance. After all, you would merely need to borrow her tombstones for a time, yes? Here, I've penned a letter with my personal reassurances that her stock will be returned, none the worse of wear. That's... So what happens if a bunny, like a Vieira, tries to wear the bunny ears from the golden saucer? Does this just not work? I would not be wearing no Shire. Rowena. Aye, what can I do for you? So you're the backing of old Rembrios, eh? Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt you to lend you some of my tombstones. In fact, I'll do you one better, let you borrow the transcripts, courtesy of the scribes at the ironworks. As books, they damn sight heavier, but you don't need fancy machines that all pen down the ink of parchment. Give the summary contents when you're finished. I would consider that as a payment. Collect this part with the more coin, you know, they've getting, and my time's too precious to waste on reading ancient history. Consider it done, Rowena, and thank you. Well, Rose, shall we get to work? Sure thing. Oh, a book. Wow, we actually gotta sit down. Patches, I have been beginning skimming through the very first volume, and there are already some promising passages. Let us make friends. Shall finding, shall we? I love he has the mark, the fucking Scion mark on his freaking head. So funny. Ah, Rembios. Have you come to check on our progress? This charming tome of Principia, Cynthia Familiar of Ancient Alec. A pleasure to meet you. Master Rembrios. Pray call me Pren if you prefer. Thank you, Pren. I might say this what a privilege it is to meet such a rare and clever construct. Clever? Well, yes, apparently Pren was written that way. In fact, we were just hoping to hear an opinion on a new snippet of information I uncovered. Was the owner listed in the record of Imperial Military Communications commanding the fruits of the Master's summoners reached BCs. It appears that the army had more than passing interest in Sari's experiments. And what exactly was the purpose of this research? Master Sari told with the wet summoning magic with Aether chemical technologies. For example, he experienced replacing grimoires with mechanical mediums, and sought to manifest e.g. of greater authenticity by utilizing high-speed computations. Simply put, he turned to machines to enhance traditional summoning methods. Is that the gist of it? Correct. But Master Sire was never one to abuse the success of his experience. No matter how they manifest his power, he would not place his trust in machines. The inherently complex nature was too prone to error, he said. The dates of these communications indicate time in the later half of Sari's life. It is possible something could have occurred between crafting you and the execution of this order that may have greatly altered the summoner's outlook. There was, of course, the violent wave of anti-summoner sentience that swept through Alec. It claimed that the lives of many Master Sari's disciples. So they're racist. Gotcha. They were just straight up racist against summoners, so they went out and killed them. Following their deaths, it began spending much of his time closer within his laboratory. Such an incident could have certainly been responsible for changing a man and Principia. You were unaware of the current events once you fell into slumber, yes? What we've learned so far is just safe to say that the foe we encountered is related to Sari's research in some way. And there is likely more clues buried in these records. I shall speak with Captain Wolf and ask to borrow the sharp mind of a summoner squad to say rubber intimidating pile to tackle on our own. Well, seeing as you have the transcripts, there is no need to travel far. You are welcome to make use of my tent and the reference materials on Alec found therein. That would be enormous help. Thank you. Thank you. Let's haul the books back to the site, shall we? I ain't playing no dang Shire. I'll be playing looking like a summoner with robes, not some freaking weird ass suits. I need more drink. That was a goat. Where am I going? Oh, yeah, there she is. A summoner collects arrived with swiftness after I relayed them our request. Listening to them recover from their injuries with enough Michigan, we stand a good chance of finding something useful. There goes bouncing again. Ah, here's the bugger I was looking for. There's record of when the military finally caught up with Sari. It says here the summoner was found dead, killed by someone else, it seems. Not the sad music. This proof of the original Sari's demise in the Third Astral Era. Now there remains a question: who or what attacked us in this age? My coin is one of those clone creations. Is there aught more to the story, Lieutenant? Aye. It goes to describe how the Imperial Army took over Sari's research, lauding his experiments as exceptionally dangerous, but ripe with potential applications. They shifted operations to an artificial island soon after being practically tested. A cataclysmic accident later, though, and that was the end of that. What was the Third Astral Era? That was the word. That wasn't the word of the Magi, was it? Where all elements were ripped for the world. This salvage island must be referenced to Seal Rock, the very site of our encounter with the present-day Sari. During the battle, my creator's Summercrum exhibited an ability to summon multiple EJs simultaneously, as well as manifest highly authenticated facsimiles of flesh and blood entities. The basals for every one of these unorthodox techniques can be traced back to Master Sari's research into machine-enhanced summoning. I would say we have enough evidence to support a working theory. Then, namely that the elegant military was using clones of the deceased Sari to perform hazardous experiments. Tests would explore the feasible of every chemical bolstered summoning magics. And when we landed on Seal Rock, we must have somehow awoken the remnants of those experiments. Perhaps we have solved the mystery of who the attacker was, but now the place of where he fled. What refuge exists for such a being? From what I can gather, the results of Sai's work were bundled off to some secret laboratory called the Aether Chemical Research Facility from Heaven's Ward. Oh, yep, I know that one. You know this place, miss? Is it far? Azila. If that's the place where Azila. If that's the place where we're keeping Sari's research, then it's possible the clone may have headed there. A squad will fly back to Seal Rock and make further investigations. The relics of the past may find some hint we haven't yet considered. An excellent idea. Thank you. We shall return to Gardania for the time being. Yep, and then the level 70 is going to be we go face off against this clone. A level 68 usually like a lore dump of the whole thing. Do like a few, talk to a few people type of thing. I didn't know K did that. K rings up character. I received the update from Captain Wolf regarding their investigation on Seal Rock. It was seen as certain of the elegant relics have been signed of recent activation. The mechanics were too heavily damaged to offer more in a way to useful information. However, I fear we must break this Aussie Law facility and search for Sari ourselves. Is that what we were hoping you'd said? I will be waiting? It's possible. I did not think the detail was important at the time, but the lock engaged by Master Sari's Summercrum was not of stricter tier. However, the seal was which faded upon the sealer's demise. They will be guarding and fighting and defeating him? Another challenge, or is it simply a trap? I'm not fond of rushing into the unknown. Gird yourself for the worst, Rose. I will learn the present circumstances of this research facility. It's weird this is not taking place in actual Stormblood at all. It's mostly just Heaven's Word. Oh yeah, baby. Summon Bahamut, enhance Jerdwyrm's trance. Upgrades Jerdwyrm's trance to summon Bahamut. And also, it doesn't show it, but we're also getting Kindle Bahamut. Necrotize. Okay, so Ruby Wright does not actually have I can't really look at it right now. Alright, art for the living. I've learned all these to be, learned from the research facility. The time has come to make our move. From what my sister and her colleagues have told me. Haha, you stole a reference. Woohoo! The laboratories are housed in an extremely dangerous quadrant of Azelah. We would not want to wander around inviting trouble. The robber plot the swiftest and safest route to our destination. There should be a terminal somewhere that will allow us to pinpoint the section where Sari's research is being stored. Once we arrive in Azelah, finding such terminal will be our highest priority. I've informed Captain Wolf of our forthcoming expedition. He insisted that he and his summoner squad provide us with support. Let's make us meet them at the Helix. Ooh. I can't wait to see what the gears are going to look like. It's the one place where you have to get flight or you literally can't go anywhere. Oops. I don't know why I talked to him. Azelah is more fantastical than I imagined. We mustn't let ourselves be distracted by the scenery. We should fan out the search for a control panel of some description. And we'll use that plan the simplest route to our objective, yes? Aye. And we plunge ahead, lift and sure, and bring into the bastard clone. This is my intention. It is important to note, however, that we have yet to determine if our enemy is truly a clone or not. Even an artificial copy would appear as living, breathing being. The man you saw on Surak seemed almost otherworldly. Inclined to agree with you, Mistra. But no matter what he is, we need to slay him to lift Bryn's seal. The job remains the same. True enough. Then we should first focus on finding the terminal, Rose. If you would pre-search around the base for the Roaring Triad statuses, keep your guard off. So, if Sari knows we're coming, he may prepare to welcome. Alright, so let's head on over there. my god, the Dungan. Up we go. There's the terminal. You don't know how to operate this terminal. Oh. Wrong terminal, I guess. Sick. Dispensal music. I predicted you would be the first to find me, unless a summoner would have been slain. Rose! Sorry, it's clone. It's here. Clone? You seek to explain my existence. I understandable fury, but I am far more than one of those clumsy creations. You have been abandoned this flaw of perception, lest it lead you down the path to failure. I shall await you inside, potential. You will pass my test, your true final challenge, or you will die never knowing what I truly am. False teeth, he's gone again. Alright, it's time to go and beat him. Did you see that, Rose? The way he vanished is akin to dismissal of a summoned entity. So he's saying he's some sort of EG? One to wear in Sari's face? But how can he look so solid and, well, alive? And of the machine, it would be very well possible to reconstruct Aether into a near-perfect replica of Sari's corporeal form. He was summoned using a machine? Correct. Master Sari's research developed mechanical substitutes for grimoires. In fact, the lieutenant is standing right in front of one. This thing, eh? It looks a bit more like Tomeless on Seal Rock, only there was much bigger. Gods, can the bucket puck up anywhere there's one of those devices? I think we can now assume that this Sari is the product of enhanced summoning magic. But our only answer leads us with yet another question. Is Sari the EG, then who is the summoner? Even if the grimoire is replaced by a machine, there must still exist one who commands it. We've got to find out the master then. If we don't squash the summoner, the master will just bring the Sari EG back again and again and again. Wherever that bastard may be, he or she must be concealed somewhere nearby. Entity will always be summoned within a certain distance of the summoner. Even machine-enhanced techniques cannot circumvent this basic principle. Our antagonist chose not to make an appearance on Seal Rock, suggests vulnerable to expose oneself to direct harm. In this location, however, with so many competent devices near to hand, I expect the foe's heart will be significantly bolstered. So the EG will be even stronger than last time. All more reason to take down the summoner quickly before we're swamped by the April horrors. Well, I brought a little device that should help. An ampermeter I borrowed from my sister, Shatola. She doesn't say like the why because it's part of her tribe. Because they're part of the Y type. Shatola. If I can detect right currencies, I should lead us straight to our hidden enemy. Actually, be sure. That'll make all the difference. Right. Let's be about this then. Summoner squad, take the van and clear the way forward. Aye, we've been waiting for the chance to prove ourselves. You focus on the finding the summoner and we'll sweep aside the dregs. Alright, let's do this. Ready for round 2, Rose? The terminal has provided us with a direct route to the research storage chamber. We're going to rip through the facility and take Sari's clone apart. And not really a clone. That's an April entity, Captain. We'll have met a clone. And I must point out that the true objective is the summoner, rather than the servant. Right. I knew that. As we planned, then summoner squad front and center. Carve Rose a pathway through. Aye, Captain. You be sure you'll be in charge of finding whoever's pulling this imposter Sari's strings. Let's go. Alright, final duty. Final duty of summoner. Yeah, we're inside the Afrochemical. Oh, here's where we fought that one dude. Wonderful. You've done well to make it this far. Summer has to be around here somewhere, Fifra. Use your gadget. I'll buy you some time. Oh yeah, it's the fucking thing that your Stola uses. We're going to remove the seal you put on Principia. Do as we ask, and we can end this all peacefully. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm afraid I can't do that. To do so would run contrary to the purpose for which I was created. Surely by now you've come to realize my true nature. You are Iji in the form of my creator. Existence made possible for the fusion of summoning magic and the Afrochemical technology. While Master Sari was the last of the great summoners of Alag, you were not more an elaborate imitation, and you were no match for the summoner who now stands before you. Very good, but your conjectures missed the mark. What I am is a defense mechanism that is capable of self-enchantment in order to combat ever greater threats. Shall I phrase this in simple terms? In the event that I encounter presence with greater potential than Sari, I am compelled to harness the potential for main force and compose its Aver into a new guardian entity. Oh, I'm like, huh? You mean to kill Rose and make it easy out of the Warrior of Light? Have we reached an understanding? A peaceful conclusion to those encounters was never forthcoming. His reasoning has broken down. Your deeds have saved countless lives, and you will continue to do so. How can one justify killing you, mistress, when you embody the very principle which summoning magic was invented? You mean for any luck finding that summoner? I'm just finishing tracing the threads. The camouflage is impressive, but I'm still shocked that we missed something of that size. A true enemy is up there. Oh, it's that fucking orb. It's the ADS. How observant of you. You have uncovered Master Summoner Sari's greatest masterpiece, an artificial sentient evocation matrix. The complexity of my design is simply not to be compared to the primitive principles used in the Principia's construction. Oh, there's one of each Ifrit, Titan, and there's going to be another one that's green. Your defeat is inevitable. Right? Where's the green one? Where's Garuda? Tough talking for an aging machine whose logic channels have obviously breasted with disuse. Mistress, might you and your companions dispose of this unsightly and unseemly obligation of refuse? Oh shit, what's the song? Yo, what is the song? Just summoning some more. Your power will be mine. Nope. Another. Oh yeah, he's invincible while his things are out. Can I hit both? No, they're not close enough. What the hell is that? Oh my god, you're so annoying. This is kind of insane. Destroy that thing. Take out the other summoner. Alright, now we can attack him again. The hell, that's a lot of them. What is going on, bro? We got it? Holy shit, that was a little insane. We did it? I suggest we now exit this unpleasant place. Yeah, we did it. We destroyed it. Alright, he's done. You ain't killing me. I ain't about to become no EG. A stunning victory, Rose. We've won the day, but Captain Wolf wished to stay behind and conduct a thorough search. I told him I was still too dangerous to wandering around alone, but the captain is a stubborn man, not to worry though. If aught should happen, we'll soon charge out to fight at his side. Captain Wolf will call if he needs us. We should be celebrating here. Does this not mean Prince Seal is now broken? Rich's success has indeed something to be celebrated. I was not crafted to experience emotion, but I feel a certain rustle of satisfaction in my pages. Once you mastered the high and mighty techniques, you'll be stronger than ever. Well, I think I'd rather learn by your example anyway, instead of from musty scrolls written in some long-dead elegant summoner. It is hopes of achieving such an outcome that I woke from my slumber. The art of summoning is for the living, as my creator was once so fond of declaring. Rose, Prin, Let us see our farewells for the moment. Thank you for your aid, everyone. We could not have done this without you. Yeah, we did it. I think male Lalafels have like a different wave. This is female ones. Where males kind of like move their arms way more. Alright, we did it. No like special cutscene or anything, it's just dead. Game over. Yeah, baby. I now have Bahamut. Alright, here we go. Welcome back, Ruz. You were only meant to face 3 challenges, and we ended up chasing your prize into the heavens themselves. Was Heaven's word? Ha 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 ha. I'm funny. An unexpected development, which we've had an exceptional grace, mistress, and now at long last I can finally give you the highest secret of summoning. Pray step forward. Bahamut. What a mental occasion! The wisdom of the last Alex Master summoner is yours. Ere you depart to explore your newfound powers. However, Captain Wolf has a report for us, which explains much what occurred on Azila. Aye. Well, I wanted to be sure the machine was truly undone, and after poking around inside, he discovered a number of soul crystals. According to Principia, they belonged to Sari's disciples. The captain also unearthed a tombstone containing undoctored records of that age. It was seen that following the murder of his student, Sari became increasingly bitter. He began to doubt that the future could be safely entrusted to the capricious whims of mortals. Instead of, he explored other methods of which new generations might be safeguarded from the threats of primals, and committed himself to agrochemical research. As you may have surmised, the FFXIV matrix was the end result of Master Sari's toil, drawing on embedded soul crystals and rivaled computational power. This terrible invention was capable of manifesting a veritable host of evil avatars. Once he was satisfied with his work, Sari commanded the machine to act as a civilization's mightiest guardian, and then he killed himself. Oh, he killed himself? What? So no one killed him. So he got like fed up with all the that he didn't believe that summoners could be done with mortals because all his disciples were murdered. Ah, that's crazy, bro. What the fuck? Damn. His apical essence was absorbed, and a formidable EG was added to his invention's arsenal. Now you know the truth of it. What a price to pay to ensure that the art of summoning survived until the morrow. After failing to protect his disciples, I wonder if he meant to preserve their soul crystals in there instead. Even if that were his intention, he chose the wrong way to achieve it. Written here is the embodiment of the hopeful ideas of Sari's younger self. The murderous machine of his later years is the prior to frustration and anger and grief. Ah, but what shall we do with the crystals? We can't risk them falling into the hands of another villain like Tristan. If you wish, I could swallow the crystals and hold them safe until another era has need of them. My enchantments would ensure that they pass only onto the hands of the worthy. Swallow? You mean eat them? Fear not, Captain. I have no digestive tract of which to speak, and now that I have entrusted Mistress and the wisdom of ally, this task shall be the last I perform, or I return to slumber. Wait, so this is farewell? Correct, or mayhap more appropriately, good night. As a familiar, I was not inspelled to experience loneliness. I was, however, written with the knowledge that it is best not to draw at parting of ways with needless sentimentally. No tears for you then, and friend? Something magic was created to combat the threat of the primals. The ideal world in one which I need never awaken again awaken. Will the art well, Mistress? Good night, buddy. Sleep well. Off to dreamland, just like that. I suppose Prin's purpose is served, and it's the same as happiness to a familiar. Speaking of serving one's purpose, I think it's time I took my leave. Aye, the task tomorrow beckons to us all. Let's do what we may, so that Prin might rest peacefully for the many years to come. Man, sure is a tiny ass shield. Oh, I love especially because it's nighttime. This makes it even better. 7 Bahamut. Channeler. Yeah, did it. Oh, hold on, I gotta get a picture of this. Yay, Stormbolt. Yep, Chris, and then Tier 4 reunion. Next time will be all from Mifra. Yeah, Soul Summoner 3, 5 points. We've completed the quest. Okay, we're full. So, we got a new item. Let's check it out before we end the video. Yep, acquainted. And it's still got a little horn on it. Oh. Okay, I'm kind of liking this one. Yeah, this is what he wore. What Sari was wearing. I kind of like this one. I like the tattoos, the body tattoos you get. Okay, we'll end this now, everyone. Thank you all for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And I'll see you all in the next one. Have a good one. And I'll see you later. Yay, Summoner. Bahamut. Let's go to the house. Yeah, showing a lot of people online. Yeah, Bob Ross. Remember that person? Okay, how do I Ockmorn? Phoenix. Whoa, that's so cool. Revelation. And you go back and forth. That's so cool, man. Okay, so when I summon Bahamut here, he should use Wormwave. Yeah, okay, this is attack that he combos with you. Ockmorn! That's so cool. Alright, now what about Phoenix? Summon Phoenix. You get Fountain of Fire and Range of Purgatory. Just how we got Astral Impulse and Astral Flare. Grants Rekindle. Okay, that must be what Astral Flow is. Okay, so I can still kind of heal someone a little bit. And Kendall. Execute Revelation. So it's like a little bit of healing. Everlasting Flight. Sacred Flame is the attack that goes with yours. Yeah, there's Everlasting Flight. Does that do it to everyone? Register HP in all L. Nice. So it's a regen. The summoner's like a really nice supportive job. You gotta be Heaven's or you gotta be End of Shadowbringers to get used this though. Alright, I'm gonna use bathroom. Hunter. Oh, come on. The way you cycle these through, you'll like never actually, you won't be using Ruin 3 all that much. I like the rotation. Finally, I get to use Aquamarine. Revelation. I cast Revelation. Oh wait, I got a weapon too. Combat. I'll take that. Let me see the book. Take a look at the book. $435. So I use energy drain and then fester during the summoning part of the. Oh wait, not here. I do it right here while I'm summoning the next one. Oh, we get a different. Alright, Candle Etcher does quite a bit. Man, his job is so cool. This is stronger. Used to be 150 for this AoE. Dude, that is so weak. That's as weak as the outburst slash tri disaster. Oh, that's a damage buff. Yeah, Summoner does not have a lot of fucking moves on its hotbar. It's all unassigned attacks. Some of them don't, or you don't even do yourself. Like the Worm Wave and the Sacred Flame. Oh, it's a third one. Alright, who else needs their thing done? I'm pretty sure Escalogian does. Yeah, I got a new book. What's Undying Flame? Holy shit. That's a huge ass AoE. Ooh, look at him move. Big ass Bahamut, his big ass fucking wings. Dragoon is on 60, so I can do Dragoon. Reaper. Reaper, I'm on 70. Yeah, that's the first one, actually. Armed and dangerous. I forgot I had a thing called that. It's pretty funny. Okay, I'm looking for class and job quests. Yeah, I gotta start. Okay, so I can't do Reapers yet until I complete that. Can't do this one because I've already done 2 quests from it. Yeah, this is the initial quest. Where's the Astrologian one? Oh, wait, it's a Dark Knight. Oh, yeah, it's War. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick your mentor and lock. I did that into a locket. Stairway to the Heavens. Yeah, that was a level 60, so I can't do Astrologian. This is the last one of the Heaven's Word one. Yeah, the Far Edge of Fate. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I can't do Astrologian. I did all of Red Mage. I can't do Sage because I need that stuff. This one does not matter at all. I need New Game Plus for Pictomancer. Black Mage is done. White Mage is done. Paladin's done. All the tanks are done. Monk is done. Warrior's done. Dragoon is not done. Bard is not done. But I can't do Bard because I don't have an extra quest. Unlike Dancer. Ninja's not. I've not done ninjas? No, I started on this one. Yeah. So I gotta start. I got a New Game Plus for that. I've obviously done Dark Knight. Did Machinist. I did Samurai. Gunbreaker quests. Is this all of them? Wow. Hey, you only get the yeah, that sucks, man. You only get the quests to unlock it. Like, only like 5 or 6 quests. You get the one to unlock it, then you have to do the normal 70, like the base level 3, 5, 7, 8, 0, then to the next number. You need 6 quests and okay, so we can do Dragoons. We can do Bard. Can't do these because I just only unlocked them. So I gotta do the initial. We can do Bard and we can do Dragoon and Astrologian. I've got to sit down one day and complete the next part of Realm of Born. Should I do this or should I go to bed? I think we can do this real quick. So it'll take like an hour and a half. Alright, recording time. Hello everyone, Rosefield in here. Welcome back to more Final Fantasy XIV. Today we're going to be finishing up the Astrologian quests for Stormblood, which will finish all the job quests minus the last initial one. Same with all other job quests. And we'll be doing those today. So we just got to... we're going to start on the level 60 quest, East meets West, and we're going to start those right now. Level 60, we'll start these right here. Top of the morning to you, Rose, or is it evening? It is hard to tell looked up here in the Aphenium day and night, although technically speaking I can do it any time of my choosing, but it is some strange force prevents me from stepping forth into the light. But enough of that. You are here to learn to become your humble companions while you were off saving the realm. Well, since Ishgard's quite abrupt change in leadership, the Vault has become somewhat more receptive of the continuing ideas of Lady Master Rufin. They have even asked our companion in disguise to hold for them another segment of Charlatan astrology, and this time within the city state proper, and not so much forsaken hamlet. Nothing against the fine citizens of the Falcon's Nest, mind you. In fact, the good Ruffin has foreseen your arrival in the stairs and awaits you in the observatorium. The look on your face tells me you are less than convinced, still receptive after all we've been through together. Allow me to recreate the morning reading. In the center of the dawn cross, we have the spear. To the left is the inverted arrow, to the right is the inverted balance. Beneath we have the inverted spire and the inverted bowl. And finally, at the crown is the Uber. But do you not see it? It is as plain as a stench as a day-old piss in the broom on the balmy summer eve. Though peace has settled upon our great land, it will along the path of coming destruction that friends new and old shall discover the bush that doth bear the fruit of knowledge and hope. And to think that you, who attune to all six heavens, in other words, she has brought peace to Ishgard, that would be you. You will walk the road to the south of the observatorium, where, I don't know, you shall read some books with Lady Leverly and discover a new spell for delivering excruciating pain to your enemies and their families. It all sounded more convincing when she explained it to me this morning over the bottle of wine. Or was it 2 bottles? At any rate, I should suggest you make haste. You know how little protege she is not kindly to those who make her wait. It's a good seeing you again, Rose, and something tells me you will be back again. Don't you wink at me. God damn, bro does not know when to shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Here's something I don't get about this job. There is no level 70. No level 70 thing. Okay, it should be the Minor Arcana that gets me Lord of Crowns and Lord of... Yeah, it's just a little weird. Whatever, let's head on to the observatorium. The Word of God. It's a fucking fish. There she is. Friend and fellow astrologian, it's good to see you again. What has it been, 2 or 3? Let's say it has been too long. Did Janacod speak to you of my reading? Well then, there is hope for that well-dressed dude yet. Well, I've learned the key to success is not entrusting them with more than one task at a time, and making certain that tasks do not require much way of thinking, or acting, for that matter. As for reading, I believe instructed to our next step pursuing knowledge of Master Rufin. An injured traveler has arrived at the gate seeking succor. An old woman. With me, Rose. Fucking walk. Please, I can walk no further. The stars were kind of guiding you to this place. Astrologians here have a way of easing one's hurts. Astrologians? I have no need for prophecy or portento. I could stay my tongue and let you to tend my wounds. My apologies. Fucking face look is about to fucking just pull up an attacker or something. May you have a quick recovery, friend. In time, you come to believe the power of the stars wield. Lady Liv, Master Rufin. Rosefield's return inspires me to step out from beneath fresh air. And behold, I already disappear to have a new adventure. Is upon ye. Ah, here I was thinking you made the journey south to lend your talents in preparing for the forthcoming symposium. Master Rufin, or Lady Levova, if I may, allow me to give you my thanks, and my apologies for earlier. I have a tendency to allow your unbridled emotions get the best of you. That was amazing. You knew what I was going to say before I even said it. But where are my manners? I am Kikuo of Hinagashi, and I have braved storm and sea to learn of many wonders who are said to be found in this magnificent realm. But you already knew that, didn't you? No, I did not. Now, if you excuse me, I must get back to, matters which are important. Important matters such as astrological matters? Could you show me? I wouldn't be a burden. I'd stand in the corner in the shadows behind a curtain. While I appreciate the somewhat forced fears, I'm afraid this won't be. I was merely hoping that we might be able to share insight into such other fields. Each other's fields. You wouldn't happen to be a geomancer, would you? A geomancer? So-called masters of wind and water. My grandfather had a tome written on the far eastern art of elemental and directional deviation, though much of it seems a little more than folklore. Larry Lowdy, did not the morning reading mention friends new and old? What if Rose were the friend old and the little man the friend new? The spear pointing west, the balance pointing east, the arrow pointing in all directions and none. It might just mean Kyokuo. Though it pains me to admit as much, it appears your arrival has been foretold. Perhaps there is much I can learn from you. Nay, that we can learn from each other. Haha! Oh. Soon you will learn the push and pull of the elements, bring towards those who require companionship most. Yes, the elements. We'll have to discuss the further at another juncture. For the time being, I'm placing you in the care of my first and foremost pupil, Rose. An excellent proposal. Oh, and I believe the Hennigan say Keiku. I dabbled a bit of language when I was younger, but the life of me at the Ebon emissary would not afford me even a sidelong that there is no finer place to begin unlocking the secrets of the stars than under the bowl near Roots Lake. I shall even aid good old Kyoku. Oh my god, these fucking Japanese names are getting to me. Ah, Kyoko to the South Shroud myself. If Rose agrees to the rest. After you then. Next we meet Kyoho. Kokuho. How do you say this name? Oh my god. How do I pronounce this? I'm actually gonna Google this shit right now. Kyokuha. Kokuho? Kyokuho. God, I'll probably pronounce this. Kyokuho. Kyokuho. Okay, that's what we're going to say from now on. You will have opened the first gate and better understand the influence of the stars hold over all of us. Safe journeys. Kyokuho. Kyokuho. Okay. Wait, she's still standing here. To the South Shroud. Kyokuho. There you are. I was beginning to wonder if you had been eaten by the hoverflies were you here? But I jest. Jennifer tells me that you're quite the authority on all things relating to the bowl. So enlighten me, oh honorable sensei. I am, as your questioner says, all eyes, or was it ears? The bowl's origin. And yours seems to believe it is from this tree planted by your gods in the very heavens that all life was born? Fascinating. Yeah, stars. So this is your bowl. Yeah, there it is. In the Far East, we know of the constellation as something different, but no, it is all the same. I must admit, however, that seeing it under a different sky that my own fills my heart with a sense of both wonderment and now confusion, knowing that it represents to your people. What I cannot wrap my head around is that you would truly believe a notion so foolish that the power of earth, a word that your own definition means soil, would not come from land itself, but rather from 6 tiny lights flickering in the night sky. We students of geomancy. I get triggered every time I see this. I'm like, why is the geomancer not in the game? Come on, dude. Ah. I would love to have been a geomancer. We that such powers naturally lie beneath our feet, ever flowing through the creation, as blood does through our veins. Yet, despite the differences in our thinking, the similarities are encouraging. All trees are born of the earth, and their protection is universal. A most thought-provoking opinion that I am certain Lady Livova will be delightful to hear. Though I might suggest you withhold the part about being unable to wrap your head around our foolish notions, unless you enjoy having a steel-toed boot wedged firmly twixt the bullocks. Ahem. Shall we be going then? By this hour, Lady Livova will be already made the journey back to the Ephraim. Unless she was captured or something. Okay, that one was pretty quick. Just to finish the quest. No, I don't talk to you. Talk to my lady. My thanks for taking the Hengen off my hands. And not because I think our visitor is an annoying little braggart with the manners of a kobold foundling, which I still do, but because I needed the time to finish my work without distraction. So tell me, what did I miss? I see. Perhaps I judged Kokoho too hastily. I still have my reservations, but I shall afford him the benefit of the doubt. For now. The teaching of geomancy may be grounded in the fairy tales of falsehoods, but my grandfather told me the very lie is born of the truth. If I can find the truth within Kokoho's backward beliefs, it may incite to our own school of thought. I see now that my choice to assign you as his tutor was a wise decision. Might I ask this of you, Rose? I promise you once this symphony has ended, I shall assume the duty of Kokoho's tutelage. I sense good fortune in our stars, my friend. Good fortune indeed. Yay, level 63. Ride like the wind. Rose, I have received my summons. You didn't receive my summons? 12 downs at Janico to the 7th hell and back. He is going to... forgive me. There shall be a segment of time for the accommodation of his soul after the 11th bell tarts. For now, I must speak to you of Kokoho's training. Despite appearances and attitude and manners and counting habits, our traveler from the Far East has proving quite motivated in his study of our ways. In fact, while you were off doing whatever it is you do, he successfully opened the next 4 gates of heaven. Anyway, preparations for the symposium having left a little time to pick the boy's mind, but I've nevertheless managed to fully grasp the primitive concept of geomancy. In fact, I plan on incorporating several of the ideas of antidote into my presentation. It is what my father would have wanted. Now, that's why I called you here. Kokoho is very close to attuning to the final heaven, the spear, and I think it is only fitting that the instructor would be there to accompany him during his finest moment. I believe I am obviously too occupied at the moment. Perhaps you could join him in my stead? Then it's settled. You shall guide young Kokoho on his final step to glory and enlightenment, just as I did you those many moons ago. Follow me outside, Rose. I'll let us bring our friend good tidings together. That is odd. I could have sworn that he was right here a moment ago. Flurry, have you seen Kyoho? Flurry, are you even listening to me? It is our Hennigan, note of you seek. He hurried on to the avian side of entrance, not 5 heartbeats past. He was quite animated, even more than the usual. Veritable one Hummer's tragedy, all full of jumping and flailing and pumping of fists. What could have unsettled the boy so? I suppose it might have been the letter I handed him. It was delivered just this morning. Kyukoho skimmed it over quickly, asked me several curious questions about the heavens of ice, to which I showed several curious answers, and then was gone. And you did not try to stop him? Why would I? He was leaving. Bah, if my intuition is correct, and it usually is, something in that missive has led Kyukoho to believe that he has not much time left in Eorzea. So he set on for the steel vigil, that he might open the final gate and complete his training before he departs our realm. Rose, it looks as if our plan is already set in motion. To the Central Highlands. You know, the Heavensward ones are very special because they're in Heavensward. I kind of wish they actually kept this way. It gives the game, it gives it more, instead of them being stuck in Eorzea, like in Realm Reborn. I kind of like them being in this. But I can understand why people wouldn't like it. That way they can play the job before they get through the expansion. But that's my take on it anyways. I think it would have been cool to get it when you get to the expansion. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Uh-oh. Dragon. Poor guy. Rose, it's the second time you've saved me from my folly. Alternatively speaking, it's the first. You were merely standing around as Lady Levava. Heal my wounds. Right. I'll stop there. Oh, that makes sense. I know it makes sense to leave without saying anything, despite the fact you, Lady Levava, and Janagnard all were mere yawns from where I stood. But some stories are already told, and who are to struggle against the ebb and flow that carry us toward our fates. Alright, that was a poor excuse. The truth is, I have been summoned back to my homeland, and it was too ashamed to face those who had showed me so much support. And so I thought to come here, open the gate to the final heaven, and then take the next trading gallery out of Ul'dah before any of you realized I was gone. And as you say, things did not unfold as planned. Well, since you were here, perhaps you could have one last lesson for old time's sake? Spirit's blessings. I see. Both power and compassion. The yin of the other's yang. It is more to learn your stars, the less I know. To think this may be the last I ever see of your heavens. So you kind of just skip the other four, you just do the first and the last. It's the spear. I'm beginning to understand why your people treasure them so. And with the opening of the sixth, I have prepared my mind and soul for the seventh, the final gate that leads to the true dominion over the elements, or so Lady Levava insists. Our conversation has been eye-opening, to say the least. She theorizes that our two schools may actually be one of the same. Whereas astrologians look to the stars above to read their fates, we geomancers look to the stars below and listen to its songs and draw our answers from its whispers. While I'm certain my masters back in Hinagashi would cringe upon hearing that a Westerner of not 20 summers below she had grasped 1,000 generations of teaching, I'm more willing to indulge her eccentricities now. I know she means no ill will. I only wish they would have had more time to possibly see if there were more way we could have combined our knowledge to create something new. Something the world has never before seen. And with that I bid you, Lady Vavava, Comparian, Muganel, soft-skinned Furia, soft-lipped Hurriet, that tall chap at the second floor always mumbling about some star magnitude, and Janacard, fondest of farewells. I have a long journey ahead of me, and if I do not leave now, I fear I will never be able to. That was pretty cool. Still, this is like the first. Let's head back. Yeah, I really wish the geomancers were actually in the game. Would you make them a healer, though? Maybe it'd be the next healer. I think I'll have a lot of cutting to do on one of my other ones. This one's going by pretty fast. Alright, we don't talk to him. You're back, but I not see Kukoho. Is he falling over Florian again? Back to Hinagashi? I cannot say that was unexpected. The Dick of 60 told me as much this morning. That, and I asked Jericho what was written on the letter. What you fought at him about another correspondence. You gave him far too much credit where none is due. Hugo is not a child. He knew what coming to Eorzea would entail, and he knew that he would one day need to return to his homeland. And while we may not have always agreed, almost never agreed, I did kind of respect the man as his steely resolve. Allow him his space. If the stars deem it fitting, then he will be back. Perhaps next it be our turn for a journey over storms and sea. He's gone? And without saying goodbye, I cannot believe it. I would not believe it. Or would not have one last moment with my brother, my soulmate, my... Lady Vova told you I read his letter. Oh, well then, yes. It will pay me to tell the other novities that Kyugo has returned to his native land for far away on the other side of the world. I may need to personally comfort that those most stricken with grief by his sudden and tragic departure. For truth told, I am going to miss having the Hengen around. He certainly did liven the place up. Godspeed, Kukuho. May you return your journey leave you miserable and wet. We'll see you safely home. Alright. Come rain or shrine. While your vengeance fills my heart with joy, Rose cannot bring myself to smile knowing that Lady live with his troubled soul. Both she is spending these final days for the symposium, placing the final touches on her address to the vault. She instead spends her time wandering about the pillars in a daze, mumbling to herself about earth, wind, and water. I fear Kyuko's departure has left a gap in Lady Vivia's heart that she knows not how to fill. I have tried to link her to set her mind at ease, but one need not to be the reader of stars guess how well that ended. Perhaps if you spoke with her, she would finally listen to reason. This one's pretty interesting so far. No, it's kind of weird though. This is after recording the Summoner one, so it's where that one didn't speak anything at the Far East, where this one does. It's like the only one I've done that we actually don't go to the Far East at all. Even the Dark Knight one went over there. Rose, to what do I owe the honor? No, let me guess. My friend Drunkennard asked you to talk consent to my poor able potato liver. Oh goody. Today was a privilege of being lectured by both of you. Why, Lou and Rose? Imagine finding you two out here this fair morning. It is night time. Enough with the heretics, Jen. I know your play here, and yes, I have told you time again. I have not forgotten my duty to the afternoon and my obligations to the symposium. I simply need time to think. Alone. To which I keep replying, why think alone when you have one of the greatest minds in the room at your disposal? And Rose. Greatest minds, eh? Then riddle me this. Why are the results of my reading from that day both Rose and Kyuko arrived still weighing on my mind? Why does it feel as if I am missing, or rather misinterpreting, some devilish important detail? Peace comes, friends are made, dangerous paths are trodden, knowledge is gained. Did not already occur? Kyuko and Rose both arrive at the Dragon Song War ends. Rose saves Kyuko from the death at the Steel Vigil, and knowledge of geomancy is shared within the afternoon. Yes, but what if the coming destruction told by the introverted spire was not the incident at the Citadel, but something else, something far more grave? Then that would mean the prophecy, for knowledge and hope, was not Kyuko's story of his heart, but something different. Something we will only be continuing on his perilous path. But what if our truly path is disastrous, or decision to pursue it? At the end of the path of disaster is hope. Exactly what I was thinking. Only through the avoidance of some unforeseen peril will I hope and knowledge be acquired. And the way the disaster in question has something to do with Kyukoho's return home, if not the return itself. It could also mean that our friend is in danger. I see where you're going with this, and while I loved our Red Road Focus Riser as much as anyone, excepting Fury, perhaps, a journey at this time would mean the cancellation of the Symposium, and without any chance the Holy See ever taking us seriously. And now you can see why I'm up here day and night, biting my nails to the quick. I apologize. A lack of sleep can work ill on one's humors, but I think your intervention may have provided me a solution to our predicament. A solution that I am now kicking myself for not coming to earlier. A solution that I myself proposed not days ago when deciding how I might attend Kyukoho's opening of Sixth Heaven. Rose will travel to Hinagashi. The reading did not only mention friends old and friends new. I recall nothing in there about silver-haired astrologian from Charlian. But how do you propose Rose will find our charts? The Far East is a big place. Perhaps we could write a letter? Yes, and address it to Kyukoho, Hinagashi. No, you dullard. We have something far better. We have the stars, and our undying faith that they will guide us to that which we seek. Or Rose should start the search in Kugane, port city from which Kyukoho claimed he came, focusing on locations which serve as experiential venues or for stargazing, a pastime for our friend Warren during his stay with us. Oh, Rose could. No, wait. That's actually a decent proposal. Rose, you have your quest. May the stars guide you true. Oh, and I will expect reports. Many reports. Janny, let us return to the prepare. Alright, maybe after a few bells rest first. Oh god, not the fucking male Ellison bow. I like they both go two different directions. Alright, to Kugane. Yeah, we're not doing that. I have a return! So I can just go there for free. Because that's 1,000. Come rain or shine. I gotta check 3 spots. Kugane is packed with a warehouse with most hostels and tea houses, so the cobbles will near afford a decent view of the skies. Now, if you want to see the heavens in all their glory, you make your way up. Take this bridge behind me. There, to mighty span, the stars await. She faces directly west of Kugane Castle, out towards the Ruby Tide and over and beyond. It is said her location was determined by a great geomancer who told the first Bogyo placing it there would ensure the city's prosperity for generations to come. How many blue quests do we have here? I have Kato the Queen, the Wandering Minstrel. That's it. Eureka. The stars you seek, then you need only look up. But if a fool you seek, one of the who called himself a master of wind and water, when in fact he is nothing more than a cheat, a liar, and a disgrace to our noble. This is a guy, yeah. Yeah, the dude. The rats here find the rat where all rats hide, near the piers. Okay, where's the last one at? Oh, there you are. Oh, that is a root again. What I wish to walk under the stars, I go to promise to the Tessagar Bridge spanning yon pier. The melting of crimson into the indigo to sight you will not soon forget. Can't even get back up. Up the stairs we go. Oh. This bridge right here. Alright, should turn night in the cutscene. It's kind of daylight right now. Hey, look at that, it's nighttime. Oh, is that the fucking... That's the thing, the Ivali's place. I wonder if this is here, if you do this, if you don't do it yet. I see someone has taken my spot. I may have slit her throat and tossed her body to the tide. I'm pulling your arm, Rose, or was it ear? You Westerners have such odd sayings. What brings you so far from home? A path fraught with disaster, misfortune, impending doom? Yes, well, the situation may not be encouraging as my jovial demeanor suggests. It all began several decades ago when the Bakufu decided we were opening the port to a foreign trade vessel to accommodate the influx of ships. A section of ancient coastlines forest was cleared. However, doing so angered the entity who had guarded the wood for countless generations, a golden fox named Kinko. Great battle ensued, but claws and fangs were no match for cold steel. Kinko was slain and the new port completed. The fox spear, however, remained, spoiling our milk, withering our crops, causing storms to dash ship after ship against our rocky cliffs in desperation. The Bakufu turned to the land's most powerful geomancer, my great-grandfather Kazan. Kazan used the power of the sea, the skies, and the land to soothe the spirit long enough that he could erect an invisible barrier that not only protected the city, but ensured that it would prosper. At once the fortunes of Kugani's sedentary turned. My great-grandfather was hailed as a hero, the geomancer as the savior of our nation. Within a matter of moments, the streets were lined with stalls and tents of would-be seers, and people practically thrown coin at them for their advice and blessings. These procedures, charlatans, were not interested in the secret rites passed down to my great-grandfather from his great-grandfather and his great-grandfather before him. They were not interested in maintaining the barrier that preserved Kugani's luster and drove back the power that would see it fall. No, they were more interested in lining their pockets, and now the bonds that hold the barrier in place are about to break, and there is none left with the knowledge to mend them. The knowledge that died with the passing of my grandfather. And so I set out to convince the Geomancer Kugane that only united would we discover the means to save our fair city, that only unified would we stave off the darkness and bring lasting prosperity to one and all. That only united would my great father's legacy live on. Alas, I failed. Branded a deceiver by those very men and women who had grown fat on deceit, unable to mend the bonds myself, nor rouse my peers to action, I stood on this very bridge and fought on the answer, and then I saw it as my setting sun. My answer lay in the west. So I packed my bags and headed to Eorzea in search of something, anything that might help save Kugane. I believe that something astrology, but before I could be certain, I will summon home. This you already know. Since then, I have been coming here every night, hoping the stars might provide me with another revelation. But they remain silent, Rose. The heavens speak for you. Tell me, what did they say? Solve your own problems. Use geomancy to mend the barrier. I know it's a long story, but did you not hear a single thing that I even said? If I could mend the barrier myself, I wouldn't have traveled halfway world in the first place. Wait, but I did travel halfway across the world, and I didn't come home empty-handed. I learned one thing while in Ishgard. It was the Western astrology is way more complement to geomancy. Used together, they might just work. After all, you need only use the expected benefit, and you can mend any injuries. Is that not so? No, really, I'm generally asking. The lesson explaining the finer details of the star's power, and how to harness it is conveniently scheduled for the day after I return home. But you know it all. Tell me we can help repair the barrier. Haha! I did it, great-grandfather! I found a way to make things right. Well then, we have no time to lose. My great-father created his barrier by anchoring the energies of wind, water, and earth to 4 shrines located at the north, east, and south and west ends of the city. It is there the bonds must be repaired. We should begin with the nearby westerly shrine on the short pier. That's a pretty long cutscene. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the thing from the Ivalice quest. Okay, so this quest line is not done yet. Ooh, a duty? So one of the shrines that I spoke of. I mean, I look like much, but it was were to be destroyed. The entire city will be overrun with large tusked raccoon dogs and flying rainbow cats, or possibly just angry spirits. My plan is simple if I'm not corrected. Expected benefit will intertwine with the barrier geomantic energies, mending it as easily as it does flesh. We shall wait until nightfall to perform the rite, but the last thing we knew is drunken Ronin breaking your concentration. Do 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 do. Make it intertwine like 2 halves of a whole. So next shrine, we will find the record gardens to the south of here. Did he even use a weapon? Maybe he's just a guy. Do 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 do. That's quite the run. To determine the extent of the bond's damage. Looks like he's a white mage, a conjure, or white mage. Alright, just gonna do the same thing again. That's it. This barrier will be full strength before sunrise. Onward to the Kogani Castle. Try not to stray too far from my side, if not for your safety, for mine. Screw you. Kogani Castle. It's a pretty easy duty. Trying to see what fucking moves he uses. He's just considered a conjurer. Hey, we did it. One shrine remaining. Adorably. As you know, or do not, the north is where all ill fortune gathers. Where am I supposed to go? Seeing where the damn spirits are. Alright, we can skip those two. Alright, it's on the right. Away! Away, you fuck! The dart. Doesn't hurt to try, does it? Look out! Be gone, beast. We cannot breathe easy until our magics are cast and I have completed the rite. Hurry! We did it! We repaired the great-grandfather's barrier and forded the golden fox. Nice. I can see Geomancy being the next healer. Hopefully that's foreshadowing, because that'd be pretty cool. A fine display. Fine indeed. Though if I were I might have used gravity instead of malefic when the foul creature had. Alright, I just was saying that tongue of mine again. Kyukoho, I told you there were spirits in the streets. And you're just they vanquished. How fortunate. Yes, Master Murakumo. The bonds are mended. Made whole with Western magics and a little shoulder grease. Or was it knuckle grease? Rose? Western magics? Then this young lady is... Another! Hey, wait until you see the reforced bonds. Energy twists together with our sun and moon, like light and darkness. They are... This one, Master. Then I was right to summon you home. Pardon my intrusion, traveler. I am Murakumo, second pupil of the great Kazan and instructor to young Kyukoho. Though if Shurigan is safe, I can now return to Ishkar to complete my training as astrologian. Huzzah! Absolutely not. While you've mended the weakened bond for now, the infinite remains. Unless you expect your friend here to remain in Kugani for the remainder of her life. We would need to find a more permanent solution. In other words, the bonds must be laid anew. But you know well as I, the secret laying those bonds died with my grandfather. Not a day go by that I did not suffer the burden of my nepitude. Had shown promise in the art of your grandfather did, perhaps Kazan would have entrusted me with knowledge as well. But he did not. Now they are both gone. We may lament that which we cannot change, or we can put aside our past failures and seek the path which leads us forward. My master is right. Perhaps there is something in my grandfather's tones, or perhaps I may find a way to win over the other geomancers to our cause. There's always hope, is there not? If anything, you've given us time to search for an answer, and for that I am grateful. The city would be too, as well, as they know you had saved them from the armies of angry wraiths looking to devour their souls and defecate their bones straight to the darkest of hells. In his haste to find a difficult answer, he looks past the simple one right before his eyes. It may take Kyukoho time to realize it, but you are the hope which we seek. In time, you'll come to see it as well. He'll come to see it as well. Still gotta get that lookout thing over there. Assuming he's how you get to the Kugani Castle. Oh, he's over here. I was look up. So good, this is farewell. Unless that is... You're staying. You're staying? She's staying! Master, she's staying. What changed your mind? No, don't tell me. Knowing you will be here with me and Master Murakamo is enough. I am beginning to worry that I would not do the next time the city of man might kick our fingers. The Master can barely make his way out to the privy each morning, let alone battle bloodlusting specters. Now that you mention it, this all reminds me of reading Lady Laviva's La Viva. Conducted the morning I arrived at the observatory. Something about friendly paths lined with dangerous fruit bushes winding their way to hope. Could the stars truly predicted all this? If so, I'm impressed. I will need to think more on the issue. Until then, I might suggest you continue the refinement of your art here in the scenic Kinagashi. You will find our beast just as formidable as yours in the west, if not duly so. I have some good news and some bad news, Rose. The bad news is a 37th reading of my great-grandfather's tomes failed to reveal anything about the bonds of the previous 36 readings had not. The good news, if you can call it that, is that we discovered where Grandmaster Kazan conducted his training when he was a youth. Shit. I'm getting tired. Good question. I'm still not completely certain myself, but it is one we had the last time we were here, and an ounce of hope is better than none at all. So, what do you say, friend? Are you up for a journey across the Ruby Sea? Haha, I knew you couldn't turn me down. Still, road ahead won't be easy. Yansha is large at the scars of war along the Gensu chain. It may be which might have hunters already claimed the fame. We have placed to face for our fortunes, and hopefully they guide us true. I decided we shall begin our search in Nama for a reason that, well, there is no reason. So you have to start somewhere, eh? Shall I start you there? Safe journeys, Rose. Alright. Air is heavy with mist, and those shacks possibly let in more rain than they keep out. Something like a tome wouldn't survive a single moon here, let alone decades since great-grandfather's training. Still, a few words with the village elders provided an interesting bit of information. Though it required some coaxing, several were able to recall memories of the robed seers who resided in a nearby temple. A temple that was in use right up until the Garland invasion and permanent banning of all religion. The building is called Swallow's Compass. Well, since abandoned, still remains in good repair. Listen to this. The locals avoid it for the fear of disturbing the spirits which they believed the geomancers communed. Do you know what this means? There could still be something left inside. Come. What quests we got in this area? There's one right here. I wonder what that is. Spring. Yay, new location. And mapping the realm, Yansha, for 10 points. Alright, we got it. Go on, keep that in the video. The Swallow Compass, built during the rule of the first Noman king. I took the liberty to explore the grounds before you arrived and discovered this door. I know. It pales in comparison to the impressive gate behind us, compelling it any normal fee for bandit to dismiss it outright. But then why direct a geomantic field to protect it? I sense the flow of powerful energy here. Whatever lies behind this door, the geomancer is going to keep it safe. In fact, there may even be traps, which is why I only attempt a crossing at the threshold. I mean, who knows what terrible guardians have been summoned to protect the temple. Let's do it. Oh, hello. It takes a while since I'm actually at level. Well, I guess now you know what terrible guardians were summoned to protect the temple. You'll also be happy to hear I was able to temporarily nullify the barrier granting access into the chamber beyond. So maybe more traps. I said you wait out here and deal with them for me. Just kidding. I've already checked. There are no more traps. Probably. Fortune is with us, Rose. The scrolls were intact. The barrier having protected them from both the elements and feeds. It took some searching, but I believe I was able to locate several that touch upon the laying of geomantic ponds. At least I think I was able to. The script of these scrolls is old and faded, not to mention written in a hand far beyond my comprehension. Luckily, Master Murakomo is almost as ancient as the tomes, and should have little difficulty pressing out their secrets. The decanter of 6 hot sake, and he'll warm to the task. I'll see you back in Shiokaze Holstry, Rose. I'll even save you a cup. Cool. One of the goons. Kukoho. Kuko, the Westerners have joined us. May I suggest you do the same? Oh, my apologies, Rose. You may sit down for us, or not. It doesn't matter. Nothing really matters, does it? The scrolls that contain knowledge of the complete ritual. In fact, it was the very first one. Just a look, right? Wind, water, earth. Creation of the bonds calls for the energies of all three. But this much even a first-year novice of geomancy could tell you. No, what gave us pause was the mention of a fourth energy to render the seal permanent. Hugo. Oh. Life! Don't you see, Rose? They spilled the living blood to complete the ritual. They damned us all to an eternity without peace so that their magic would not fade. I now understand why Grandmaster Kazan left no notes on the rites. He did not wish this knowledge to fall into the wrong hands. And before he never performed the rites himself, the bonds anchoring the barrier around Kugane were never completed. And that's why they required constant attention. No blood was spilled to make them everlasting. My great-grandfather would not sacrifice even a single life to achieve his ends. And neither will I. That's enough, Kukoho. There'll be no time to think on this. With the morrow, return to Kugane Dorian and see if you can find some solace in sleep. Well, that's quite a revelation. You can't complete the rite to seal the spirit permanently because you need to kill someone. That's insane. It's Ruby Bazaar. Oh yeah, I need to get this thingy over here. How do I get to that? Oh, it's right here. How do I get up there? Hold on, I'm gonna figure this out. Okay, get on the house. Oh, we can. Nice. I'm gonna have to collect. I'm gonna have to get all those for achievement. I failed. Just did my grandfather and my grandfather before him. My great-grandfather and my grandfather before, after him. We know that which went mean creating a flawless barrier, and none of us could bring ourselves to do it. In Io, the bonds were fortified, but several nights passed. Already have they begun to loosen and fray. They were weak to overlong, allowing Kinko to regain strength, to mend her wounds, to feed her anger. And now there is naught we can do but watch she gathers her minions for a final assault in the land she once ruled. Kugane does not stand a chance. And now would be the good time for us to stumble across the Hope Leviva. Reading Promise would be the end of this road to destruction. Alright. Well, how are we gonna win this one? So there's usually a skill at level 70, but Astrologian does not get that for some reason. Rose, thank the stars you're finally here. It's been almost 4 bells since Master Murakumo left on his daily inspection of the bonds. He must likely stop to warm his belly along the way, but I cannot. I can't help wondering if it's something's worse. Will you help me search for the old man? We can start with closest shrine at Rakusa Gardens. Well, any sign of him? Where could he be? You don't suppose he tried anything foolish, do you? With the bonds as weak as they are, any manner of disturbance could rouse the golden fox. And the master is no longer of age to defend himself. Defend himself against what? A maid could walk the streets and naked and unattended, carrying a gold-filled sack, and not have so much of a blanket laid upon her. Are you spreading more lies about angry spirits to sow fear, so that you might offer your protection in exchange for Bugyo's ransom? I've done no such thing. I merely bid my fellow geomancers aid the city in its time of need. Not once have I asked compensation for what I seek. If anything, it is you who seek to prey on the sensory ignorance. Ha! So says the talentless hack who waves his great-grandfather's name around like he does his member. Your lies are growing stale, Kyuko-ho. Continue spouting them, and not only do you sully our craft, but the very legacy of Grandmaster Kazan. What would he say to this nonsense? Are you even listening to me? Why is no one listening to me? All I desire is to mend my grandfather's magics and say Kugane. I did not seek coin, I did not seek fame. Why is it so hard for you to grasp? God, we're wasting our time here, Rose. Let us continue to search for Master Murakumo at the Questing Shrine. You're gonna get what's coming to you. You would all be dead. Where'd he go? All these motherfuckers would be dead if it wasn't for his grandfather. Oh, he found him. Master Murakami, are you hurt? The bond was nearly undone. I tried to, but the... Kinko, she's here. She's already through. We need to perform the blood ritual. It is the only way. No, I already told you. My great-grandfather spurned the spilling of innocent blood to complete the seal, and so have I. Besides, even if I were to conduct the ritual, there's no one to sacrifice. Then I shall be the sacrifice, Kyuko. For many years since your grandfather passed, my sole purpose has been to find a means to mend Kazan's barrier. It would be the greatest honor knowing that my death, I might not only save the city, but grant the opportunity to watch over it for eternity. No, I can't let you die, Master. Listen to what you're saying, Kyuko. You cannot let me die. I want to do this. It is my decision to make mine alone. Let not the selfishness in your heart distract you from what needs to be done. You're wrong, Master. There must be another way. There's always another way. There is always hope. Right, Rose? Tell me. How do we save Kugane? You can actually say the sacrifice. Oh my god! Whoever wrote some of these options are just so funny. The other one was like, figure it out yourself. It's simple. Use astrology. Stop focusing on the bonds and look for the fox. What do you mean, Rose? What does she mean? I'll tell you exactly what she means. Lady Livava, Lady Livava? Your powers of observation never cease to amaze me, Kyuko. Aye, it is me, in the flesh, fresh off a galley, put into the port this very much. The symposium was a rousing success. The vault, quick to realize the benefit of my school's wisdom, could bring when applied to rebuilding Ishgard. It has been decided that several new courses of Charlatan astrology were to be taught at the Scarlet starting next term. And so, with my father's dream fulfilled, I will finally free to pursue whatever I wish. And I wish to learn more of geomancy. So here I am. Not a moment too soon, by the look of it. In a few bells I spent exploring city for the leads of their whereabouts. I learned much more about our pretender and his nigh advocate. So I began testing the bonds and barrier myself, and it did not take long to realize that it was Kyuko who was speaking verily, and the distractors true pretenders. So you'll help me mend the bonds? But how? Rose and I have already tried using energy drawn from the heavens, and that only worked to delay the inevitable. The guardian spirit's strength has grown so great that the only thing that might be able to hold her is a new barrier anchored with the bonds of lifeblood. But that I cannot allow. As always, Kyuko, your hasty charge into difficult always blinds you from the simple solution. You were here to harness the power of the expected benefit, but you failed to grasp the true potential to bring succor. For as long as you have focused on mending your great-grandfather's bonds, when you should have focused on Kinko herself. If a wrath can be quelled, then a barrier would no longer be needed. So you're saying that we can use the power of the stars to soothe Kinko's wounded heart? We may convince her to stay her attack? Giving you time to relay your grandfather's bloodless bonds, but it will only work if Kinko is weak, and the manufacture of her soul's scars cleanse. Right, so we only need to... Wait, won't Tan Kinko and her spiritual minions simply anger her even more? Control's nothing can be healed. We must first be hurt. It is the sound plan, Kyuko. And if it turns out you still require a sacrifice, there will be no sacrificing tonight, tomorrow, or ever. Oh my gosh, she is such good writing. Holy shit. Her writing is so good. The stars have foretold our victory and will provide a strength we need to see our enemy overcome. That's what I like to hear. Follow me then to Kugane Castle. Spirits are certain to be drawn there. Final showdown. Alright, let's do this. We're level 70 now, too. The very hells have opened. Who will save us? Wow, it's the guy who was talking shit earlier. There it is. Kanto? We just walked there, found at Kugane Castle, and now we have to walk all the way back down there to tent. Right. Mouth shut. Kinko will seek to draw attention away from her by sowing chaos in the streets. Kyuko, your focus. Your energy's on the fox. Rose, you may make swift work of her angry supplements. I shall provide you both with support from the rear. Classic song. The dude's not even defending himself. Hell yeah, it's true. Die, angry spirit. I smell the blood of those dare keep me. Kazan. Her father does not appear thrilled to see me. Probably it was not for her time to heal her wounds. Not much of a golden fox. Gravity. Die. Round 2. Hey, all of you. Feel her wrath. Slight. Warmth. Anguish. Let's heal the anguish. Things been a morning tide. Pursue it once and for all. Feel it. Man, finally learned the power. There we go, we got her. Which would you say? Halfman learned his power need only be used for destruction. Rest the can kill his car. Now I lay the bond to complete your great grandfather's ritual. May the rivers and heaven and earth, wind and water flow together as one. May their current cleanse the land of impurities and see it ever guarded. May the warmth that once held the rule be carried but to the sea where it be forgotten for eternity. It is done. Together we have saved Kugane, and we've torn down the walls that separated our two schools. This will be the day long remembered. A day a new hope was born. Look at him dancing over there. Oh. Is that Kinko? Nice. That was cool. Alright, that's the end. We say Kugane. I don't know how to begin to thank you. Both of you. Normally I would say the uncharacteristic display of humility is more than enough for thanks, but still requires one thing in return for my assistance. Of course, this is not the end. Of course it's not the end. This is just the beginning. A new beginning for both geomancy and astrology. There's so much to be done. First we'll need to write down all this happened today. Then I'll need to... So this is Kagane, eh? Not bad. General Grenard, what in the seventh hell's name are you doing here? I fully stated in the letter that you were not to follow me. Lady Lubava, I am disappointed. You of all people should know. Had you wanted me to stay put, you should have rather demanded that I come. Yes, whatever was I thinking? I love these two, they're so funny. May I have honored how you both perform me the foremost authorities on astrology. Your display last night taught me there was still much more to learn about my own school. Something I would not have been able to do had I allowed myself to be sacrificed. Hugo, I wanted to apologize. There, I said it. I still despise you and that smirk of yours, but I can see I was mistaken about you being a pretender. You have talent almost as much as I. You will make a worthy rival. Ha! Coming from you, Yudoko. I'll take that as a compliment. Lady Laviva. Under other circumstances, I could be on the bark headed back to Eorzea this very evening to complete my training as an astrologian. But there is something I need to do first. Just as you fought to educate Ishgard of your school, I must do the same here in Kugani with mine. A geomancy unfaithful, it's supposed to be geomancer, not geomancy, unfaithful to the teaching of the masters has poisoned the city for too long. A wise decision, one that was surely not easy for you to make. Take as much time as you need, Kyuko. See the ship sighted, righted, see truth prevail, and the star will guide you back to when the hour is right. Don't worry, Lady Lubiva. Give us a few summers, and I'll entire army of geomancers trained by yours truly, lying up at your desk. Entire army of Kyukohos? What is the problem? Is that a problem? Dun, 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 dun. Is there a certain quest from Stormblood? Let me take these scenarios. Shadowbringers. The role quest is Soul Temperance, which I have not done. Okay, the stars in our faults 3. That is for 5 points. Alright, y'all, we did it. Now, as usual, when we get some new armor, I just need to move some stuff over here. Do I have... Okay, room for the weapon. So we got the... Where is it? Oh, here it is. Constellation attire. Let's see how this one looks. Ooh. It has room for my ears. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Showing some skin. We showing some skin. Oh, it's dyeable? Wait. Is this one dyeable? No, it's not dyeable. Oh, wait. I think to get that, you have to do a certain thing. There's an extreme you gotta do. I kind of don't like the white. Okay, anyways. Okay. Okay, I can't really see these. Yeah, you can't really see that. Okay, that's... I kind of don't like the white. It should be black. I kind of want to just put the head back on. The headpiece back on. I love this chest piece. Way more than the other one. So I kind of want to get the dye one version of that. Dang, I don't love when things for these are so bad. Okay, well, that's gonna be it, everyone, for this video today. Thank you all for watching. We finished off the Astrologian. We'll have some other ones coming up pretty soon. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. We also forgot to try the weapon. Ooh, this one looks cool. Looks kind of nice. Anyways, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Drop a comment down below. Like the video and subscribe to the channel. I will see y'all in the next one where we'll take on some more job quests or continue MSQ and all other kind of things. Y'all have a good one. I'll see y'all next time. Cool. I don't know how I feel about this thingy though. The other one is Dragoon. Now, does Dragoon have its level 70? It is not, and you kind of need this fucking skill. What does this mean? Draconic fire. What the fuck is draconic fire? Yeah, Gertrude and Nasharond are gonna be like together. Probably. Grant striking on fire at Drake's Bane is executed following Fang and Claw. Oh yeah, I think that's... Oh yeah. The Dragoon has like long, it's not just a 1, 2, 3, it's like all the way, you do like 1, 2, and then you can pick like Fang and Claw. Okay. What the hell? Oh, that solves the mystery today. Who my third subscriber is? I'm doing all right. Ooh, made some money. Ah, brother. I gotta get you some more pieces. 700. I think I gotta get the whole set. Let the arms. She hasn't sold anything new. Okay, the main reason I came here was to do some gardening. Drake seeds. We have my fish meal. Dude, don't have any more. I need to get more of this stuff right here, the grade 3 topsoil. Let's go to Ittershire real quick. Doing this and I'm going to sleep. Alright, that's the sage job. Yes, the unidentified. And then you trade that. Yeah, the unidentified shell and the ore. Thing is, I need tombstones for that. Oh well. We'll just go plant them like normal. I can always fertilize them another time. There's a lot of quests I gotta do there. Oh right, I do need soil. Well, we'll just do that another time then. Let's log out. Yeah, crawl into bed. Meow. Meow. Alright, y'all. I'm going to bed. It's a good progress. Did all the Fatalis, the Monster Hunter one that we need to do. Did some of the other stuff on this game. Got the job quest done for Summoner and Astrologian done. I just gotta do Dragoon and Bard. I think that's the only other ones I can do right now without needing New Game Plus if I want to just record the whole thing. Because I gotta record like all the quests too. Y'all have a good one. I gotta use the bathroom too, so I'm just gonna get to go. I will